Okay, gamers. Let's quiet this down a smidge. A little bit. That seems about right. Okay, welcome back to At the Ends of Era's development stream. Oh wait, do I have anything up? Because what I was working on before this was, I might as well show it. I've talked about before how I wanted to make a game engine, like VM thing. So I started on a little VM with a little assembly language. So what I can do is, like, let's say I wanted to load. Oh wait, it doesn't work right now. Oh right, because I was refactoring things. Well, then I won't do it now. You don't get to see it. It did work though. But okay, let's get back to the video game, because we're on pass 2. Wow, we got way too much stuff for pass 2. I mean, we have all these, don't we, for pass 2? Like, this is not a pass 2 thing. Remove that. Make sure bright things outside, so that we don't need right now. Let's remove these. Basic quest layout. We don't quite have everything there. We could have some cool stuff. I also gotta think, I only have like a month until my self-imposed deadline. And I'm gonna be gone for most of this week. Back home. But okay. So let's get this going. Because yesterday, what did I do yesterday? Man, Godot is like so slow. It is just so insanely slow to start up. Like, this editor takes longer to start up than the game starts up from the editor. Like, this is the same scene that it takes forever to load here. Like, I think it's like something wrong with how it like queries the hard drive or something. I don't know. But okay, where am I? What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was in this new area. I was exploring around because I made a mess of little rocks and little plateaus to make this area seem more interesting, basically. So now we can like mosey around in here, and there's like rocky canyons, and eventually it leads into an opium plantation, or poppy plantation specifically. I mean, maybe they just make poppy seed buns. You don't actually know. I mean, everybody else knows. You don't know. Yeah, so right now there's just some placeholder like corn down there. And we don't really need anything else in there for now. Because I think, like I said, this is stuff that's going to be off-stream writing. As we get more into, like, things that I just want to do on my own. But okay, I want to also open up. Yesterday, I was working on, no. Sunday, I was working on whatever I was working on. It was the thing, the quest map. Okay. Because basically I was drawing out all the major points for the story, which it turns out is not that many points. There's like 6 points. So let's also draw out the locations the player can get to as part of the, I guess Riley's quest? Because yeah, this is basically stuff for the player's main quest of finding out stuff about their mom. And there's just 6 locations with most of the information. And I guess this is like an indirect. So let's also just put that in there as well. Because from there, you basically go to here. Yeah, this makes more sense. Wow, the computer does not like whatever's happening here. Hang on, let's look at my power usage. Okay, so it is mostly Firefox. If I did this, does that improve anything? Yeah, slightly. But okay. So now we have more data here. And so let's also get Riley's stuff. So this is going to be Riley. Because I kind of want to get a lay of the land, figure out like where content is like lacking, basically. Let's make this brighter, like that. Maybe not. For some reason, red stands out against this red sand. I guess it's technically like pink, or like, what color actually is it at this point? Like, what does the color theory say? Yeah, a light pink. A like bubblegum pink. But okay, and Riley is also here, and here. And we can have, I guess I'll do upside down triangle for like optional areas. Because wasn't there supposed to be, oh, I guess this makes sense. 4 of these, and then there's 2 other capacitors. Okay. And then here is the final area where the player goes with her. Because that's basically like the main crux of her quest. And for Riley, you're really encouraged to just go wherever the wind takes you. Because once you've done 2 of these quests with her, you then get a phone, or you get access to call Riley on the phone. Eventually I need to also add a quest where you get a cell phone. And then you can just call her at any time. In fact, that could be a fun little thing today. Hang on, let's do major quests, minor quests, maybe like, So Riley asks you about O'Reilly. So when Riley view her number, you are introduced to a prepaid, or the concept of a prepaid phone. Okay. That could be a fun thing to do. So what else? What other side content is there? I mean, I guess I can just put in... Oh, wait, I just realized. Well, no, this isn't actually, like, a thing that's important for main information. I was gonna say, because there's this little house here. Oh, wait, hang on. Did I accidentally draw over this thing improperly? I should probably at least, like, not do that. Yeah, let's just put in side content while I'm here. Why not? And it'll just be like a blue or something. Well, maybe a relatively dark green. Let's do like rectangles or something. And this will give me sort of a sense of like, okay, these places are like taken care of by other content. Yeah, we do not have very much side content, actually. Well, yeah. I mean, there's honestly not that much content in the game. Like, this area is still... Like, this area is for Persephone right now. But she... I haven't done anything with yet. Ah, well, whatever. I should think, what is the most important content? I think, actually, it's a shader. Specifically, I've talked about before how I want a shader that can conditionally show things behind. So let's make a test scene. So this is going to be spooky test. So this will be areas test. We're going to need some meshes in here. Do a quad. Reset that, reset that. So this will be our, like, stencil. And basically what I want is for things behind the stencil to be made in... Some things to be made invisible and some things to be shown. And let's make it so that they're, like, convex. Or concave, I should say. Because basically it's going to be... Let's do, material... No. Player. Let's put the player in here. Take your time, Godot. Thank you for not working, Godot. Or like making this very simple process so much more complicated than it needed to be. But okay, basically, our player here is going to be invisible behind this. But let's get an NPC. And I'll just use the NPC because they're a useful placeholder of, like, complicated geometry. And specifically, I should make sure two things. One, that the player is invisible both in front of, or like, that our, you know, given entity is invisible both in front of and behind a thing. But let's actually make it so that it's, some other object. But... there we are. I wish I could scale physics objects in the engine. I still have no idea why scaling them causes so much damage, because you'd think it's just... If you're rotating things, you already have to multiply by a matrix. So just multiply by the matrix. Like, just like, don't overthink it. But okay. Basically, house and player will be invisible. This character will be, invisible until this is in front of it. And I think that will require... What will this require? Alright, let's also make a fancy material here. So let's do, like, new spatial material. Or shader material. Main spatial. So I think we're going to get an absolutely horrible situation here where I'm going to have to, like, duplicate a bunch of materials, basically. Yeah, let's do, like, transparent. Let's try this. Okay, that gives me a floor that looks different. So let's get a stencil in here. So stenciled object, stencil back depth. Let's do stencil depth increment. And then stenciled object maybe here. Oh. My brother had returned. Okay, I'm back now. So, let's also see. It sounds like. Oh, okay. My playlist is still working, thankfully. Astonishingly. Okay. Look at this. Doesn't work. Why does this not work? What am I missing here? What did I forget to do? Because if we go to 12... Because I also need to figure out how to fix the stencil thing here. Yeah, because this is doing what I want. So material... What material does this use? Stencil depth increment. And then these are stenciled objects. So these should be good. Oh, is the render priority wrong? So for this funny floor, I bet we need to go up. That didn't do anything. What? Did I put it the wrong thing? Stencil depth increment. Stenciled object. And then stencil depth increment. With priority 0. I mean, I guess what I can do is put on the brick material here, so let's do that at least. So like sand, or I'll just do like that. I feel like, no, I guess it's not because of that. I was thinking like, maybe there's something different because this isn't visible from here, but I realized this thing is only visible because there's a collision object. Well, there's actually not. There's nothing really visible here at all. I can just grab this thing because this thing is here. So I don't think there should be anything crazy about these. Stenciled object. Did I do the render priority on the wrong thing? So, no. Stenciled wall. Or like wall or floor. Stenciled. And then we'll have like NPC stenciled. Because yeah, I want to make sure that, I guess there's two separate things that we want. Or that I want. Let's do second pass like visuals. So we have the green lights. So this is fix the depth stuff, maybe. I mean, because admittedly this is more, well, that's not a pass 2 thing. So this is already basically complete, but I want other, or like outer medium stuff. Because the entire point of this is to make it so that I can create holograms that extend beyond the boundaries of our room. Because if we go to here, for example... Is this thing saving? Okay. Right now, if we enable one of these rooms... Let's do, like, this one. It can only be in the confines of basically this cube. And so everything has to be in there, where I'd really like it to look more like the actual environment. Or, admittedly, this environment looks a lot better than the actual environment in the game. Just because of the, like, more detailed lighting. But, that's beside the point. Eventually I just want, like, what if you could see out that window? What if you could see down the halls? And so, yeah, that's going to be my goal. And I think... How would I do that? I think what I could do is disable the depth test on the stencil. And then keep the depth test on this. Wait, no. No, that creates an issue. That creates the same issue, basically, of, I can't remove objects that would be normally intersecting. Like, I couldn't then have a hallway here, because then it would still intersect with the wall, because everything would be visible. So I have to be able to make things behind our, like, stenciled wall invisible. So yeah, I still have to be able to make this and the player invisible and this floor invisible, because otherwise it would, like, extend out, or be obvious. So, the big question is, why is this not visible? Like, okay, let's just copy... Let's just get the basic test working. So, like, if I... No, that's not where I want that. If I just put this cube in here... Is it gonna, like... work? Okay, so it's not that thing, it's the other thing that's wrong. I see. Maybe it's because I've flipped the normals. Like, maybe it's calling the wrong faces. It is calling the wrong faces. Okay. That was just from... that. Okay. So yeah, that was my bad. So now the next step. To, for example, make this work. I guess what I can do is I can just have a special material here. Trying to think. Let's make the hut stencil. No, wait, no. Yeah, actually. Let's get this stencil. So let's... pass increment. I'm gonna create a new shader here. Make unique. I need to also figure out how these stencils work again. So this is in drivers, GLES 3 shader compiler, stencil test. Okay. So we have action keep, action 0. Test always pass. Wait, depth draw never. Oh yeah, because it doesn't. This itself does not render to the depth buffer. So I'll also need to figure out the draw order here, because I think it needs to be. Ooh, that's going to be a really tricky problem to solve. Because I also need things that are in front of this. So if I have this here. Okay. So this does actually do what I want. Okay, that's good. Basically, I wanted it to be exactly as it is. Things in front of the buffer don't get clipped, and then things behind it get obscured. Right, and then, so this also... Oh, but that's only because this floor here, because this is a stenciled object, it has to do depth test disable. So what if I enable that again? Okay. The problem with this is not the depth test, it is the order of things. Like, because the stencil does not let it sort properly. Let's see, can we do like an add? Stencil action add? Stencil action replace. Oh, wait. Stencil action replace. Oh, interesting. Stencil actions, back stencils, uses stencil. So where do we like compile this stuff? Hang on. Also, my playlist has not worked. Oh, I see why it didn't work. Okay, let's pick a random song. Okay, do we have stencil in here anywhere? No. Stencil action. Okay, so visual. Oh, okay, I see. So we can do like replace. Or action replace. So how does it like parse this? Or where does it parse this? I guess I can just look for this one. Oh, yeah, because I didn't even check that it actually does more stuff here. Is it that we do a value here? So if I did, for example, spooky test, go to this thing. So value 2, say, test always, pass, replace. And then we go to this thing. So we make this unique as well. So we'll do value 2 test equal. So that does that. And now I need to figure out. Well, I guess what I can do first is We can go to every other thing in the whole game, because every other material in the game is going to need a, like, stencil tests. So, like, value 2 tests not equal. Let's test this. So basically, this should be anywhere the stencil is drawn, and this will not be drawn. I don't think it worked, though. So can we have, like, stencil test? Let's go back up to this. Oh, yeah. Okay, so not equal is correct. Or we should have, like, a stencil read. We should read mask, I think. Maybe test 2 depth less equal, or like less than. I think it's this. So this would mean that if it's stencil 1 or stencil 0, it still works. Okay, interesting. Wait, why does that... Because if it's less than 2, it should be less than 2 there. Greater? How is it greater than 2? Mask? Read? No, that's not right. Expected stencil test function. So let's do stencil test. Always, never, not equal, less, less equal, greater, greater equal. Yeah, the game is smoking. Because, yeah, we can't do this, because that's nonsensical. I guess I can just try greater. Then why doesn't this work, though? Because they should be cutting this, like, in half right now. Oh, wait, no, it shouldn't be. Well, I guess I can just check, like, if depth test disable, does it get cut in half? It doesn't. Also, it's fun to see the lights are still affecting it, but that's a secondary problem. That one can be solved pretty easily. Let's put this NPC in here as well. So this is going to be make unique. Or, What's going to be cursed is, I think what I need to do is make it so that this does an actual depth test, but then once it passes, it overwrites the depth with some new value that isn't its actual value. And then everything in here, so to speak, is only rendered from that stencil. And so that would require, like, don't know. Can we actually do that? So if we did like, or like void fragments, could we do like GL or like depth equals 1? Ah. Is it negative? Okay. Oh wait, but that does that. Ah, shit. And that means that it's not gonna be. No, wait, no. I think it does work, except that means that it's behind everything. Wait, god damn it. No, this doesn't work. Because what I need to do is test and then write to the depth buffer. Can I do that in OpenGL? So like test depth and then overwrite. I bet you it's doing a depth pre-pass. I think. Maybe? Let's just look up how stencils work in other things. So if we did like GL or like OpenGL stencils, someone's probably made the same effect that I want. In fact, I know they have, where basically you just don't render a particular, like you have two worlds overlaid on top of each other, and then you only render one through a stencil. So this is just going to give us 2D stuff. Well, I see. So, like, hang on. Do we actually have a GL stencil? So what GL stencil tests do we have, actually? So GL stencil function separate, gref, GL enum func. So what functions do we have? To keep 0, increment, decrement, invert. So do we... Oh, wait, no. Okay, here. Nah. Okay, so it is just the same that we have there. So how do we test properly if there's a mask? Oh, wait. Does it already do a bitwise AND? Against the mask parameter. Oh, I see. So the mask is how we set that. So we just do... So value 2, like, read mask test, or we can do like a write mask pass increment, a write mask 2. Hang on, let's test this with, well, let's keep this as it is. Because what I'm going to do is, let's do like a depth, so read mask. And we're not going to have this, we're just going to have test equal. So let's do like a read mask 2 test equal. Maybe like a value 1. So how is this working? What does this even mean? I mean, I guess I'll just remove this for now. Because, I mean, it shouldn't be visible. Yeah, let's look for, like, let's look how this actually works here. So GL stencil func separate. Or... Okay. Rasterizer scene GLES3. There we go. So set stencil test, or get stencil test. Stencil.value, stencil.read mask. So how do we get... Okay, let's read this like an audiobook. To enable stencil testing, call GL enable with GL stencil test. When the stencil test is disabled, no testing happens and the stencil value in the frame buffer is not modified. When rendering to a frame buffer that has no stencil buffer, stenciling will always behave as if it is disabled. Stenciling operations take into account the fact that triangles have two sides. Therefore, all stencil tests and operation functions have two sets of data, one for the front side of triangles and one for the back. That's actually really useful. Which side is used depends on whether the fragments generated from the primitive came from the front or back face. These functions all take a face parameter, and specifics of which facing state is set by that function. The face can be GL front or GL back, but it can also be set to both sides at once with GL front and back. Let's see, how does this one work? The stencil test itself is set by this function, GL stencil func separate, so let's also have that up, because that should be enabled soon. So face func ref mask. So ref defines the fragment's stencil value for all the fragments generated by or for the given facing. The fragment's stencil value will be clamped to the range defined by the stencil buffer's bit depth. The first step of the stencil test is to get the destination stencil value from the stencil buffer, called Ds. This is an unsigned integer value. The fragment stencil value will be called Fs. The next step is to perform a bitwise AND of both Fs and Ds against the mask parameter for both. This allows the user to mask off certain stencil bits, reserving them for different conditional tests. The results in two masked unsigned integers fm and dm. Then the stencil test itself is performed between fm and dm based on the func parameter. The test is of the form fm func dm. The masked fragment value... Okay, so the way that this would work is value 2, right mask 2, so we don't need value here. Oh, but we do need this here to be replaced. And now we do need this here. Because what we're going to do is then for the floor stenciled, so we have read mask 2, value 2, test equal. How does this... I mean, what are the differences between these masks, actually? So, if p.stenciled value is not equal to p state stencil.value, so the read mask is not equal to blah or blah blah. Okay, that's fine. So where do we use the right mask? Because this sets... Okay, this sets the function, and this sets the mask separate. Okay. So the right mask, so GM or GL stencil mask separate is what we want there. So GL stencil op separate. Stencil op separate, face, fail depth, pass. Okay, so I think GL stencil mask separate does a different thing. Okay, so mask specifies a mask that is ANDed with both the reference value and the stored stencil value when the test is done. The initial value is all ones. Okay, good. So we basically have read mask 2, value 2, test equal. That doesn't explain my main concern, which is still, how does it, like, not work? Basically. Or let's put this here. Like, what did I do that makes this not work? I guess it's because now it has this mask. So I'm thinking, what I think is happening is that by default, the stencil buffer is all ones. So I need to figure out where GL clear is. So GL stencil buffer. So when we do GL clear, okay. No, when we do GL clear stencil, it should be 0. Is there a way to like view the stencil? What if we did like 5 and 5? Oh wait, no. Let's keep that as it is. Let's go back to this one. So if I did 255 and 255, what if we remove the read mask? What if we did like 101? Stencil front. Oh, I'm dumb. That's why. Okay. What was happening was it does the read. Okay. So now it just doesn't work. And that's because I changed this one. No, I didn't. Okay. Pass replace. So this should be. So do we need this then? Value 2, right mask 2, test always, pass replace. So maybe I need to temporarily remove the read mask here. I mean, I can just put us back to square one. No, I'm now back. I'm now less than square one. I've now gone backwards. I've somehow regressed without doing... Is it because I'm still doing the fucking back face? No, okay, that's unrelated. Okay, so we should be setting... We should be setting the stencil to value 2 here. And then this should be working, and it simply isn't. So can we just do test always? Okay. So why is stencil not equal to 2? Like... What did I do differently that is now not working? Look at it. Hang on. Wait, no. I should have been diffing this stuff. Okay, let's go here. Let's actually go to like a nice editor. Because we need to be in material shaders. So we have stencil back, depth, increment, and we have stenciled object. And let's just do GLSL as a good approximation. Okay, stencil back, test always pass increment. Value 1 test equal. Does it do something? No. So test always pass replace. So this... Oh, is it this still? Does that cause issues? No, that isn't causing the issue. Like, how did I make these not work? Like, it literally worked at some point. Okay, let's just test, like, value 1. And we'll test like greater equal. Okay, so it is greater than or equal to 1 everywhere. I don't know how. Maybe if we did like 2 here. Okay, so it's something completely nonsensical is happening. Where it's just... So if it's greater than 0? Okay, so it's not greater than 0. But if I did say, like... So let's go, like... 128. So it is greater than 128. But it's not greater than 0. Okay, is it just, like, wrong? I think the stencils are just incorrectly defined. Or, like, the functions. Okay, because if we go to, like, stencil test always... let's go to, like... What would they be? So GL always, GL less than equal. Let's look for the stencil test. So like, where's this? Okay, so this is here. No, so this makes complete sense. GL less than equal, GL greater than equal. Because it also... It also doesn't make sense that it would be an issue. Because it clearly works for 1. Is it the GL replace is doing something wrong? Maybe I just don't understand what that actually is. So like GL replace, replaced with the masked fragment value. Okay. So if we increment the current value, saturating if it would overflow. Decrement. So let's also test the... So if the stencil test fails, the fragment is discarded. Normally, discarding a fragment means it has no visible effects. However, the stencil can be updated even from discarded fragments if the depth or stencil tests discard them. So recall that the stencil and depth tests are normally the last per sample process steps that can discard fragments. However, if fragment tests happen early, even if the fragment shader discards the fragment, the stencil buffer can be modified. Interesting. I don't really need that. Okay, let's look up stencil mask separate. So mask specifies a bit mask to enable and disable writing of individual bits in the stencil planes. Initially, the mask is all ones. So stencil mask separate controls the writing of individual bits in the separate plane. When one appears in the mask, it's possible to write to the corresponding bit in the stencil buffer. Where 0 appears, the corresponding bit is write protected. Initially, all bits are there. There can be 2 separate masks, or mask write masks. One affects back facing, the other affects front facing. Okay, that makes sense. So GL invalid enum if the face is that. GL get stencil write mask. Okay. Oh, okay. And this is because GL stencil func, I assume, applies to both back and front faces. Yeah. Okay. So what is my puny brain missing? Because if I did, like, what if we go back to the right mask? And we just do 255, and we do right mask. Let's just do this, actually. We'll set it always. Value 255, test always, pass, replace. Or maybe increment? Like, are we adding by our value amount, or are we just not doing that? Oh wait, no, we aren't doing that. Okay, so now it should definitely be... So let's do value 0, test not equal. Or let's test equal. Okay, so it is 0. So that means that... So that means that 0 is greater than 255? What am I looking at here? What does this mean? I'm pretty sure the functions are just wrong. Equal and not equal work. I'm pretty sure. Okay. So if we do this, test always, pass increment. Let's do that. So there should be, I swear to God, somewhere in here. It should work. Oh wait, no. It won't work until we do this. Okay, it just doesn't work. I don't understand it. I do understand it. I think this... No. This actually does need... No, I guess it doesn't need anything. I guess I can remove... Can we discard a shader? Or can we have something that only affects the stencil? I'm sure we can. Okay, well, I'll ignore that for now. Because I don't understand how spooky tests no longer works. Okay, let's get another thing. So this is going to be... Let's do spatial. So this is our experiment. And then we're going to have a spatial here, which will be like known good. And this will just be another thing. So this will be our floor. And we go here, grab this. So just grab the whole light. And then put it right there. And I'll also remove all the like unnecessary stuff. So like you know, like scheduled light interactions, what is all this stuff? So we don't need any of this, I don't think. In fact, do we need any of this? Oh, we do. Okay. Because we need the box. In fact, we only need the box. Is. Okay. So now we know these work. We know these still work. And I don't understand how they still work when the other things don't work. Also, I'm gonna bring these in. So also, do these actually, like, need the depth test disabled? They do. Ooh. Well, why do they need that? Okay, is that why the thing isn't working? Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. The reason they need that is because there's still the issue. Okay. Depth, draw, never. No, depth, pet. Wait, then I don't understand how that works with the thing, though. Oh well. Okay, let's put this back as it was. Where we're going to do read mask 2, value 2, test equal. Oh, 2. And then we're going to go to the stencil, and we're going to do a write mask 2. And we're going to do a value 2. And we are going to pass replace. So that should guarantee that works. Once this works. I put an F by accident. Okay. I was going crazy, not understanding how this works, but now I understand how it works. Except for the issue where we now need to make it respect depth. Or we need to allow depth tests. If I disable depth tests here, no, that just gives me the same problem that I had beforehand. And you know what? I'm also going to check if... So if I did, like, void fragments. Okay. Okay, so what do I actually want to happen here that is not happening? Because I believe what's happening currently is value. So like, let's say stencil. Or like depths rendered. Stencil rendered. Non-depth tested things rendered. Okay. I see the problem. Things that read this, so stencil writing. We need stencil readers. Right here. And so that means that anything that reads from a stencil needs to be after the things that write to it. And that's going to be in our depth sorting thing. Sort key shading shift. So can I look this up? Okay, so how do we... So depth layer for opaque. Why is all of this stuff in the same thing? Oh, I see. Kind of. He's horrible. But okay, do we actually do anything with the stencil here? No, I don't think we do. Okay. Okay, let's look for sorting. I guess wherever these sort flags are. E sort key. That's going to be a while to figure out. Well, what is this entity actually? So E here. P element count, render list element. Okay. Thank you, Godot. Right, because this gets us here. Okay. So then I just need to figure out where the elements are actually rendered properly. So do I also have a depth prepass? Rendering quality. Depth prepass. Okay, so yeah, we will need that because we're going to have the depth. And then we're going to depth test with this thing. And then we're going to have to do some horrible shit where we override the depth in the frame buffer after the test. Or override the frame buffer within the stencil, so that way things that are behind here that need to be stenciled in are rendered. I mean, also, we can test if this works. Okay, so this should be... Let's go back to this. So, value to test not equal, and read mask to value to not equal. There we go. So now, it doesn't work. How does it not work? What does that mean? Oh, is it because it's still... Oh, okay, okay. I understand. It's the rendering order thing again. I think. We're like... Yeah, because I think this is being rendered before the stencil writer. And then... Yeah, okay. Let's go to the sort key. Wherever that is. Sort. Sort key shading shift. Thank you for not. Thank you for not defining this. Okay. Did my... Okay. Thank you, YouTube, for turning off. So yeah, things that have shading. 14 to 20, or 44 to 28 material index. This is like incomprehensible. Like, is this true? This seems like it's not true. Like, well, let's just look it up in here. So like Windows or MSVC 64-bit enum. C++ 98. It's just int 64. So can we just do enable enum type deduction? So can we do like 64? Okay, thank you for showing up in the Google search and then not answering the question. Okay, whatever. Maybe just have, because it's like, it's just so confusing how this is laid out. Like, I don't need, like, oh, it's 0 to 5. How crazy. How wild is that? What I need to figure out is, like, where the... Why are all of these even in the same thing? We can just have 2 enums. Okay, 1, 2, 4, 8, 5, 8. What? How are these stupid things work? Or how are these like stupid things like put in here? Hmm. Okay, let's keep those there. But I do want these to be separate. Let's close this. Oh yeah, I like that. So something I found out in PowerShell, like the latest version, is if I go to properties, so like if I set my font here, it doesn't, it's not able, it was installed wrong from like Windows. But okay, so I'm clearly too dumb to understand all of this stuff. So there's like the shift, and then there's the masks. Okay, so 1, 2, so this is 0, 1, 2, 3. So we need depth layer for, stencil, writing, reading. So this now needs to be like, I guess sort keep, so I guess now priority can only take up 15 bits, or whatever that is, 7 bits. Because we're now going to have sort key. I mean, I guess I can keep the priority as it is. I didn't realize it only has 8 bits for priority. Which I guess, honestly, isn't that big a deal, but... we now need sort key, stencil, read, or like shift equals 56. No, we need 57. I think. No. So now what we need is, if it reads from a stencil, it should be after. Hang on. Keep that where it is. Let's do like 45. Or maybe 44. So that way the depth layer stuff will stay there. Shading will stay there. Sorting, or the priority will stay there. Okay. Let's look for sort now. Or like set stencil. So can we like change the element here? No, wait, no. That's not what I want. We need to figure out where the stencil test is. So, like, where do we actually set these for a thing? But the problem is, okay, no, this isn't much of a problem. Basically, I just need 2 bits, because we're going to have things that are, the first things that render are things that don't write or read to the stencil. The next thing is things that read to the stencil, or no, write to the stencil, excuse me. And so we need this, and we need sort key stencil mask equals 3. And so we need sort key shading shift. Wait. Is there like any space in here for stuff? I guess I could do 45 here. And then 53. And then that goes 53 to 57. Then that goes to 57, and that goes to 7F. So that removes a bit from our priority, but I don't care that much. Do we ever do like an or equals? Okay. And I'm just realizing I still need the 2 bits from the thing. It's like there's gotta be somewhere else. I mean, I guess I could... Do we need 16 bits for the material index? We don't need that. That's a lot less important than, Yeah, let's keep this here. We're gonna do like 42 to 28. So 42 to 44. Stencil writing, reading. And so I guess where would things that write, but... Oh, wait, no. Okay. Things that read and write will be after things that just write, but they need to be before things that only read. Okay. This is horrible. This is a horrible life. Okay, let's try to figure out... So, add geometry with material. Okay, so here, we do all of our stuff. So, let's look for uses stencil. Okay, so we have this. So we want to be able to control render order for use with stencil, so render priority plus 128. So we don't want this, I think. We're gonna do... Okay, this was the issue as well. If... So let's look at uses stencil. So tests. Okay, so we're gonna have stencil test type. Wait, what is this actually? Is this really the only place where this is? This doesn't even seem right. Let's look for just header files. Okay. Bool uses stencil. I think this is actually the right one. Yeah, and then we can get the stencil... Okay, front stencil, back stencil. And so, sadly, we'll just have to do... Well, I guess it won't be that bad. We'll just do bool rights equals p material shader dot let's also have like a int e. Let's say unsigned int like stencil e equals 0. And then if, let's just do like a e sort e or equals, I guess we don't actually need that at all. Because it seems like it's set to 0 every time. So unsigned stencil key. Oh, I see what the issue was. Okay, I'll keep this as it is. Sort key or equals stencil key. In fact, we can just set this to 64 automatically. So this will be shifted render lists sort key stencil shift. And for now, bool reads equals p. So this will be some sort of dot 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 thing. Dot dot dot. Whatever it is. If not read and not reads. Or let's say right to not read stencil p equals 1 if else if writes and reads stencil p equals 2 else if reads stencil p equals 3. Okay, so we're getting our best out of those 2 bits. In fact, I bet you there's a way that I could organize this so that I could just do some bitwise shenanigans, but I don't care that much. Okay. Because we can just get this stencil key here, and then we need to just figure out how to get this from the shader. Those are the tabs. Uses stencil because we need our stencil blah. So front stencil, back stencil. Front stencil. Do we have... Is this shader here? Trying to figure out if this is going to be a reference to the shader. Okay, it is. Oh yeah, it literally is right there. Okay, P material shader. Front stencil dot action. I guess dot test is not equal, or so if it reads, if it writes, so I could, let's just have like a bool can write const. So we'll just be return this stuff. Oh, I see. Okay. Pass and blah. Okay, so now it's going to be could write or could read. And this should be here as well, I think. So now, there we are. And do I prefer this way of writing these? I know it's out of the style that they have. I'll keep it like that for now. So if we could read or could write, and then bool could read const, that'll just return this. And so that way we can do front stencil dot could write or back stencil. And then very similar thing for this. So now we have that. Let's see if that's actually going to compile. Oh wait, maybe I shouldn't do 11 threads, but oh well. Okay. Missing semicolon stuff, I don't need any more of that. Okay, shader language. What did I do wrong? 370 something. Oh. Well, I think they should just allow that. Because it looks cool. Well, no. That wouldn't work. Because it uses the parentheses to, like, disambiguate. Okay, what did I do now? Sort key priority shift. Oh, I see. That's probably from my... So if we go to like sort key priority shift. That's because I put these in two enums. Oh, and I just needed that. What is this from again? Okay, this is from Armored Core. I'm happy to see that it has to recompile everything. I don't even know why it has to recompile Bullet, but Bullet just likes to recompile. Yeah, I've still been tinkering away with the idea of using CMake. Admittedly, I'm thinking the idea of converting to C++ modules is more and more remote as I get existential about the idea of the game even coming out, with how long I feel like it's going to take. Wait, I should make sure that this material index, like, does this, like, so where is this used? So, like, when we do this, oh wait, I forgot. This needs to be... I forgot the whole thing that I was doing with the... Oh wait, no. This is correct. We write to the stencil... Well, how the hell is this... No, wait, no. When we read, we actually need to do 3 still. So we actually need this down here. And so that actually means we don't need... No, we do need. Because we still need to disambiguate when it writes and reads. But I'll let this recompile, because most of this needs to compile anyway, so I might as well not interrupt it. But okay. Because my other priorities for today. I mean, am I going to do much else today? You know, if this is... Because I'm just going to be compiling here. What I should do is start an ad break. And so that way people who are joining don't have to suffer through, like, a pre-roll ad. So you know what? I'll do that. I'll even pause the music and be nice. Well, let's let this song play out. And then I'll recompile. Or then I'll put on an ad break. Because I also might as well take like a bathroom and stretch break and water, etc. Alright. So that song was that. Okay, I'll be back in 3 minutes. Ad break time. Wait, am I? Oh, I am on. Wait, am I live still? Did the ad break end? I have no idea. But okay. Let's put on the music again. Because I'm almost certain it's been more than 3 minutes. Is that live? Yeah, that's live. Alright. Okay, so as we left off last time, I am compiling, and it's still compiling, and I have a, like, fiber bar here. Let's, like, unwrap this. I will give you my review of this fiber bar. Well, I already know how it tastes. They're okay. They're the RX bars. They're made of dates and eggs, and they wind up being really chewy. But okay. Okay, so I'm trying to think, what is my next step? I guess I should at least check if this works, because there's only some minor... I only did some minor changes here. Yeah, that's basically... What did I do, actually, since the last time? Oh yeah, I changed the sorting of that. Right, because what I needed was the depth stencil. Or no, the depth pre-pass is fine there. And then we should also have, like... Oh yeah, okay. Oh wait. If not P depth pass. If depth pass has blend and blah, spatial uses depth texture, blah, cast shadows off. Okay. So we actually need this stuff with the stencil in the not depth pass stuff. Otherwise, they're just we don't need to bother with that. Okay, so I'll probably need to recompile to actually see if this does the results that I want. But let's do it with 10, so that way I have a couple threads free. Also, I don't know if I mentioned it once, but I realized that I'm still streaming on Wi-Fi. Because I don't have a cord that's long enough to wrap around my entire room to get to my router. But okay. Once this is done, let's start the game. Because this should let us actually sort things. Or like have depth testing with the stencil buffer. But it won't fix all of our issues. Okay, there we are. Okay. Let's do our spooky test. So, let's make sure the known good works first. Okay, that seems to work. This, however... Okay, that does work, actually. Oh, right, because I put some of these completely inside of this. But now, the moment of truth is to figure out, will these work with the depth tests? No, they still don't. Why? Because these should be rendering after the thing still. So if writes and not reads, stencil key is 1. Else if writes and reads, stencil key is 2. I mean, do we need... Oh, is it because the depth pre... Well, no, that doesn't make any sense. I was saying, like, maybe depth pre-pass stuff, but... No, because it seems like it just straight up renders before the stencil writing still. Maybe this needs to just not be in... Maybe this just needs to be in both of them. So, like, we just have this here instead. I mean, that would make sense, because I don't have any particular preference for whether it does depth or not depth. Let's try that. I don't know why it wouldn't, though, because it seems like... Oh, I know what it could be. It could be because if it's never depth drawing. Right. Yeah, I have my little wrapper thing. Because if we do a depth drop preview... Ooh. I think I may want to go to my alternate strategy, which is to just make a camera that actually does, like, render, like, multiple cameras. But to do that, I have to edit the buff, or the, matrix that cameras use, because right now there's not... It doesn't work correctly for mirrors or, like, portals, which is what I would use to render instead. Well, is that what I don't know if that even work. No, I guess what I could do... No, I guess it would be fine. Basically, I would just have a camera that's in a different position that follows the player's... Or that follows some relative offset of the player's camera. And then we would just render the results of that into... a view... like a screen space texture. Okay, that could be the strategy. Though that would mean that we would then... Yeah, I guess that would probably fix most of the issues, really. Though it would mean that it'd be inevitably a bit obvious that there's like a boundary around the world. Let's ignore that for the time being. Okay, so get pointer, first directional, blah. Okay, let's see if this works, though. Okay, because we need spooky. No. But why does it not work? Oh, does it render the biggest things first? Oh, I bet you it does. So we need 0, 2, 1. I would bet you 25 cents that that's the case. Okay, so I think this will work. And I'm also thinking potentially there's still issues with the material index, since I didn't actually figure that out. Oh wait, that's still fine. Oh, I accidentally closed that. Oh well. Spooky again. But how does it not work? No, I'm still an idiot, because it's still because the depth draw. I'm pretty sure. Well, no, because now this is like, because this thing. So if we get this floor stenciled again, and we remove this depth test disabled, it doesn't work. So let's check out what depth test disabled does. In here, like depth test disabled. Okay. So flag disabled depth test. So let's go to the... Okay, so that's in the material index. And I guess that would mean... So let's look through... Wait, what did I change in... Oh, I see. Servers visual. Okay, drivers, GLES3, this, so... Oh, whoops, wrong button. Okay, current depth test, blah. Alright, let's look for where depth test is actually applied, because I think it is just the material index. Yeah, like I think this doesn't actually do it. So if we did like sort key shading shifts blah. What is this? Oh, I see. Sort key blah and render shading key mask. And then... Wait, that's really confusing. Okay, well, let's look through here. So, what is this? This is render list. Do we not sort by the... I'm sure we sort somewhere in here. Right? You would think that we would sort. Use opaque prepass. Sort key. Okay, so maybe it's the opaque prepass stuff. Since that would be... Yeah, because if you don't depth draw... So that would be sort key opaque prepass. So is it like the opposite of what I thought? Where it's like, no, I don't think that's true. No, I think it might be. No. Yes? I'm thinking, is it actually sorting, like, by least significant bit? That wouldn't make any sense, though. That seems like it'd be impossible. No. Yeah, no. Because the priority always would shift things no matter what. But okay, let's see where this is. So, if not p depth pass, or if p depth, okay, so if depth draw mode equals depth draw alpha prepass, so depth draw mode. Okay, so I think here... Okay, so if we do depth draw never, that affects this, and that should only affect bit 8 though. So I'm not understanding why I'm not getting things where I want. Whoa, what the hell? Now they're working-ish, sort of? What? It was all a dream. Okay, so it's because the value isn't getting cleared, I think? So if we... That's strange. Okay, because now it's doing what I want it to do. But why is it only doing it when something... Oh, I think I understand. It's sorting it by physical depth, I think? Kind of? Maybe? What the fuck is it doing, actually? What am I in front of? What am I behind? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? And it's... Okay. And it's changing with every redraw of the cursor. So because the cursor is blinking, and because it's completely random, so any movement of the UI will trigger things to like... So I feel like I'm kind of close, because it feels like... Okay, so if I coax the gods into doing what I want, that could kind of work. But that doesn't explain a lot of things about this interaction. You know, like, why is it only when I'm behind a line somewhere? I don't know what the line is, but there's some sort of, like, curve that I'm not allowed to pass. It's like if I get too close. Is it like a... Can I, like, keep going further out? No. Okay, so I think I just fucked up something. I bet you I accidentally left something uninitialized. Or we need a depth mask, actually. So if we did sort key stencil mask, so let's do sort key material index mask will equal... So what is it? 1, 2, 3, I think, for 12 bits. Oh wait, no, we need 3 FFF. Okay. So the first thing to do is to figure out where I'm missing or if I did something wrong with stencil mask or stencil shift. Oh, and I just realized I put white space there. That'll look cringe. Okay, so sort key. Do we ever use the sort key mask? Oh wait, no, there is no sort key material mask, I just remembered. So let's do like material index and render lists sort key material mask. What did I call it? Index mask. Okay. Okay. And so that should do. So why do we not do the material here? Material index priority plus 128. I don't understand. We do this and we do the same thing in the same place. I think these are always done here. I guess I won't fiddle with it. I mean, I guess I will, actually. Because that should be completely irrelevant. Okay, but no, this seems like it's correct. I think it is just I'm maybe fiddling with the material index or something. Or I'm like, or I've put this in the wrong place and I'm like fiddling with the depth or whatever. Maybe, is there any place where I don't use this? Let's look up like this. Oh wait, hang on. No, wait, no. This is the only thing that should be affected. Okay, so we have there. Okay, and now that's the only place that that's affected. And I'm hoping I didn't do anything with the other stuff. Alright, while that's compiling, the most important time for me to be entertaining, I'm gonna eat. Okay. Let's see, is that... Okay, that's getting done soon. Let's see if this changed anything. Because I think I might have been overwriting the material index and messing stuff up. Okay, spooky test. Okay, no. No solution to the problem still. And I also see the cylinder, it should be, hang on. I'm going to change this into a sphere mesh to actually align with the light. And we can do, like, what's the radius of this thing, actually? Range 6, so this should be a radius of 3? No. What is 6 here? What does 6 mean? That this is not... Oh, wait. I know exactly what it means. It means that this scaled. Yeah. In fact, we could just do 6, 6, and 6. So, is it just depth? No, it's like... Yeah, there's like a plane that I can't cross. Is it because this is like writing to the depth buffer? Did I like mess it up? No, depth draw never. So this shouldn't be writing to the depth buffer. So like anytime this intersects with the sphere, it should just be completely visible like it is. It's so weird because it almost works. Like it like 75% works. You know, cause like boom. That's what I want. But then, you know, something weird happens where... Wait, what did I do? Now it's just not... Now it's just not working. Hang on. What does it mean? Do I have to have that selected? So if I don't select it... And then if I... Yeah, okay. I've done something that I shouldn't have done, I guess. It's so close to working. It's like they depth test properly, and they almost intersect properly. I just don't get how this could even happen, because it's clearly not actually... I just realized, this has nothing to do with the problem here. Like, this sorting would not cause this, because it would cause flickering, like, from frame to frame. Because, you know, it's... You know, if it was uninitialized, this is the same value for every pixel on the frame, though. It's not a shader. It's just a CPU thing. But I can see it's drawing something. Like, because the sphere doesn't exist here. Let's, like, because if we, like, copy this, remove it, paste it again. Does it work if we do depth test disable here? So that still works exactly as it should. I think. Yeah. I forgot. This doesn't work because it's a separate material, but okay. So we can see I mean, I don't know why it's slightly differently sized, but I think that's just a... Yeah, that's just something weird with lighting. Oh wait, I think I know what it is. This probably has... No, it doesn't. I was going to say a scale greater than 1. But no, I think this preview is just different. Oh wait, yeah, it would be, because this is a circle that's slightly smaller than this outer circle, because this outer circle is just 4, like, polygons. Or 4 circles in a sphere. Okay. That's all fine. Yeah, it's very strange, but... Okay, so what on earth would be causing the depth to, like... What would be causing this, like, Z fighting stuff? Because I don't understand what it is, even. So stencil test, like, smearing? I just don't get it. Is it... Let's just have a thing behind this. So let's just put a big mesh. No, I wish... Okay. Mesh instance. Big plane. And, you know, I'll put it, like, over here. And this is going to have the stenciled object shader. So, what does it mean that, again, it sometimes works, but only from a particular orientation? Like, maybe if I put this ahead of this. And the depth is still, like, not right. Because it's still, like... Because it's somehow some sort of Z fighting. I think. I guess I'll just check, like... I don't know, smearing? Like a stencil test smearing? I don't think I'm gonna find any issue. I don't think I'm gonna find a solution here. So how does depth interact with stencils, maybe? That could be the issue. Enable depth tests. So if we have the stencil buffer and the depth tests... Because I guess the issue is that the only thing that I can think of is the fact that this thing checks for depth, so that way entities that are like behind the depth buffer don't or objects that are in front of it don't like affect it. I mean, I guess I can do like a depth test disabled here. So like if I disable the depth test, does that fix it? No, that just makes it a different problem, like a slightly different one. Because I was thinking maybe like this is overriding, like this is, you know, writing to the depth buffer and that's messing up this thing. Because I think this light doesn't need the depth test. Because it uses the back face of the light, or like the lit area, as its illumination. I wonder if I can get the GL stencil buffer. So let's see GLSO stencil buffer. So if you render to an FBO, you can always bind to the depth stencil or stencil only target, and after the FBO pass is done, bind it to a regular texture. Okay. This makes sense, and I'm pretty sure we can get that. So if we go to depth texture, so let's go deep into this, because we're going to also have actions, spatial dot renames, stencil texture, so buffer. Let's look through, I guess let's keep looking here. So we're gonna call this, so usage flag pointers. This will now be also stencil texture. Depth texture, stencil texture. Visual shader, don't need to fiddle with that right now. That's fine as it is. Okay, here we are. We're gonna have also a stencil texture. Stencil. Oh wait, no, this is just for the visual shader. I guess I'll keep that though. Visual shader nodes. Ah, here it is. Okay, so this is where the shader language actually defines that that's a sampler 2D that we can read. Depth texture mode. So once we get the depth texture, so let's go back up to like preparing the depth texture. Ah, that's not what I need. So we have uses depth texture, and we had uses whatever that other one was. So yeah, that should be fine. So prepared depth texture, bound depth. So let's go here. So preparing the depth texture. So GL frame buffer, so GL draw frame buffer. GL depth buffer bit. So this is the GL read frame buffer. Storage frame current buffers.fbo. I guess we can look at like this. It's like, what is this even? Because this is like storage and then frame current RT. Okay, render target here. That gets us here. Okay, and I think the place where this is, so we can have, let's do like GL stencil buffer. Okay. I think what I can do is just do an OR GL stencil buffer bits. Maybe. So let's see what that would mean. So if I blit GL blit depth and stencil. What will happen to the above if I replace that with that? You can, if you call GL blit frame buffer with GL depth buffer bit, only the depth buffer is copied. Call it with stencil bit, only the stencil bit is copied. If you copy both buffers at once, you have to set both bits. Okay, so that's good. I don't know if So how does this impact the economy? No, how does this do... How does this do? I don't understand what this is actually going to do, really. So, like, if I just tried it... So this should only take, like, 40 seconds to compile, I think. Oh, wait, no. I did change the headers. Did I change anything big with that? No, I think it should be okay. Yes, we'll just test it. See what this does. Okay, I'm thinking, we add a mesh instance. This sounds familiar. Like there's a rock song with this, like, introduction. But okay, let's do a quad mesh. Let's do a new material here. No, spatial. Wait. That, okay, there we go. Equals, texture. Depth texture. And then like green UV. Dot RGB. No, and this will be albedo. Okay, and it's very faint because that's just how that works. And then we have other things that sample the materials that be like at different priorities, I guess. Okay, so this makes sense. What if we did .rga? Is it the alpha channel that has the stencil? Because I think maybe it is. No, this doesn't make any sense. No, okay. That's just because it's blue. Let's do RA B. No, I think A is just set to 1. Yeah, I can see some very faint, like, color differentiation here, but let's check, like, R. And then, like, G. Okay, what if I added another material? So I'm gonna do... where's my... I mean, let's just duplicate this. Wait, let's do, like... What the fuck is happening? Oh, I see. Then I can do, like, this. Because basically what I'm going to do... Turn this into the depth increment. Depth increment here instead. And then we'll have a stenciled thing here. And then we can have stencil, no, I don't know, sand. Okay, because this doesn't actually fix the underlying problem. Which is that I have no idea how to get the thing. So let's go to blue. And then let's go to A. Okay, so it feels like the only ones that are being set to anything are the red channel and the alpha channel. And so how do we read the stencil? So can we blit stencil buffer? So bitwise OR flags indicates the allowed flags are color buffer, depth buffer, stencil. So colored step stencil. Pixels corresponding to these buffers are copied from the source rectangle to the destination bounded by the locations, the lower bounds of the blah. Okay, the actual region from the frame buffer is limited to the intersection of source buffers being transferred, which may include color buffer selected, depth buffer, and or the depth buffer depending on the mask, or stencil buffer. The actual region written to the draw frame buffer is limited to the intersection of the destination buffers being written, which may include multiple draw buffers, the depth buffer, and or stealth or stencil buffer depending on mask. Okay, so I think it depends on the creation. So what I believe is our destination FBO needs to have the stencil buffer enabled, basically. So I need to figure out where our destination is. Because that would be like, so GL read buffer, color attachment 0. GL read frame buffer. Buffers.fbo. So I think when the render target is, when we do stuff with the render target, GL bind frame buffer, external.fbo. No, that's, I think, so set current render target. Pending clear requests, GL bind buffer, GL clear color. Do we have like a GL depth? I was hoping there's like a depth buffer bit. Because I was thinking like maybe... Let's go back up to the render target. So when we create this thing, flags buffers.active, because I think we really just need GL uint stencil, and then we'll do like rt.depth, maybe in here, or maybe like rt depth there. Okay, current rt depth. Aha. Bind depth texture. Good. Also bind the stencil. Max texture image units. Where is this defined? Interesting. So why is there just a bunch of hard-coded numbers here? Okay, well, depth, texture. What did I even change so far? I've changed way too much stuff. Hang on. Let's get, like, git status, git, like, undo this. Well, I'll keep that for now. Because that doesn't seem to hurt anything. Okay. Git diff. Okay, so this is just the depth stuff. Or, like, ordering stuff. And a little bit of the stencil texture stuff. But okay, let's... fiddled, or like, to enable stencil tests with depth objects, or with testing. Yeah, let's just say that. Because it, like, half works. It, like 40% works. In the most bizarre 40%. Well, I'll say it's more like 30% works. You know, because it only works from certain angles and not very well. It feels like this is because it's not clearing the stencil buffer, which doesn't make sense because it would be. Or I don't get how enabling depth tests for one object would disable it. So it must be somehow to do with sorting. And I guess, admittedly, I should probably not be getting so wrapped up in reading the stencil buffer, because that's just for, like, the debug stuff to figure out... Well, no, I guess that is important, though. If I'm going to be using this effect a lot, which I think I am. Okay, and also... It's getting kind of warm in here, so I'm going to crack the window a bit, get some fresh air. So we bind the frame buffer, then we get color attachment 0. Then we bind the draw frame buffer. And then we blit God knows what to God knows who. Oh wait, no, we don't. We do this. And then we do that. I don't understand how the difference between these two. But okay, we're basically blitting from the buffers to the FBO, or like the render target. I don't understand how that works. State prepared depth texture equals 0, or equals true. Okay. So yeah, wherever we set this current RT, canvas begin, we don't need there. We need our, like, initialization code. I guess maybe, like, let's just go up to the top. Rasterizer. No, so that just initializes this. Wait, does this only get applied at the start? No, okay. Okay, that's fine. So when we initialize... Wait, whoops. Okay, this makes much more sense. Do we do any sort of initialization for the storage? Oh wait, hang on. What am I looking at here? I don't understand what it did. I think there was some sort of pop-up that... yeah, okay. This was supposed to show up. Apply and stage that. And then do this. Okay, let's go. Let's close other tabs. Initialize. Okay. This makes... I think this is going to be where we get the stuff going. Maybe. Let's look for current RT. Okay, so current RT equals null pointer. Good. That means that at a certain point, it'll be set to something. I guess not. Okay, cool. So where the hell is that set? So like if we go to here, we have this. So frame is just destructive that. Render target is just destructive that. Yeah, I don't know where any of this is. Current RT dot null pointer. Do we do like I guess I just keep reading everything. Frame RT and GLA. Okay. If storage frame dot current frame else. No, so effects. Bind frame buffer. Bitmap 0, size 0 dot FBO. Maybe we just start with from the top? Okay, let's start from the top. Basically, I'm just going to go to main.cpp. And we're going to do main. No, what we're actually going to do, we're even going to go even further, because we actually need to go to, I believe, platform main, because basically platform windows, and then we go to somewhere in here like main windows.cpp. I think. Maybe it is in here. Somewhere in here is a main function, basically. Like, do we have that? No. Win main? It should be somewhere in here. Godot Windows? There we are. Okay. And then that returns that. Interesting that there's so many of them. Oh, but they're all GLSL. Okay. Godot server, Godot Windows. Okay. And that returns underscore main. And that returns wide char main. Okay. And then from wide char main, we go to main : setup. Thank you, Godot, for, well, Sublime. Okay, main.cpp. setup. It's so large. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's so large that they had to split it into two functions and just call one of them setup 2. But okay, I'll see if I can figure out where the rendering is. So if we do like visual server, set default clear color. So maybe we start with the visual server then. Okay, this does seem like it's a good place to start. Because do we have like render targets or anything? Oh, right, and this is because this is in server's visual, not the visual server. Because then we go down to like visual server raster. Okay, so that goes to rasterize or initialize. And that is like rasterize or GLES3. Okay, so we're back kind of, well, I guess we're not quite where we were. Yeah, because we did storage and we did scene. Storage initialize, canvas initialize, scene initialize. Maybe the canvas does it? Okay. Canvas quad vertices. That's not, well, no, that's not quite true. Okay, so this isn't quite what I want. Does this do anything with the RT? Kind of. Canvas begin. No, I don't think this is doing what I want. Yeah, because it seems like it must be the frame that does it. Frame buffer, current target, that. Color mask. Draw lens distortion. Yeah, I think it must be storage. No. I keep doing that. But how does the storage not do anything with its own frame? Who does this then? Maybe it is the rasterizer. So if we go into here, set current render target. Okay, so this is... Okay, so here, getter null, storage frame current RT equals RT, clear request equals false, GL viewport blah, GL viewport this, GL bind frame buffer, system FBO, maybe this, no, this doesn't seem right either. Let's just look for depth buffer bit. Canvas light shadow buffer update. That's fine there. I think shadow atlas size. Did this clear the stencil? Oh, I guess it does clear the stencil there. So depth buffer bit or GL stencil buffer bit. Oh wait. This seems... No, that's just the blip buffer that I already set. If not FB cleared. Is this where it needs to be set? I mean, I guess I'll just replace, you know, anywhere where it seems like I could clear the stencil buffer bit. In like buffer bit. Okay, because this seems to be not there. GL clear, GL clear. Let's look for anything that isn't GL clear. Okay, because this is a blip. That's the one that I did. Clear, clear, blit. It feels like I'm going in circles. It feels like it renders, it feels like it lists the same place twice. Storage GLES. Like, cause how do we blit twice? Oh, because it's the screen space ambient occlusion. Let's just look up read stencil buffer in shader. But I don't think that's going to fix anything here. Yeah, let's just put this everywhere. Because I think maybe it's just that it's not being cleared at the right time. Maybe we can look up depth buffer. Lowercase, though. No, that doesn't do that. Maybe this. Prepared depth texture. Okay. So state use depth prepass. That's fine. Uses depth texture. So has that, has that. So I'm trying to figure out. So state.useDepth texture equals true. So if we have this, then we bind the depth texture, and all that does is this again. So if we... This is really confusing, this max texture units. So we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 again. 2, 3, 4, 6. So 7, 8, 9. So I guess... So where is this set? Because I think what I really need to do is just not bind the depth there. Or only bind the depth and then render. Only bind the stencil and then split that. Let's go to the shader. That's going to be GLES3, shaders, scene. depth buffer. Text unit -9. So how is that like proven? Like how do we have evidence that that's the case? I guess that's fine though. So let's do uniform high precision sampler to the texture. No, stencil buffer. Text unit -10. Because it should be somewhere in this texture unit, like max texture units stuff. GL max texture units, config max texture image units. Okay. And then when we set -9 here, GL active texture. Okay, I understand. GL active texture, GL texture 0 plus storage config.max texture image units -10 GL bind texture 2D storage frame current RT stencil. I'm curious, what are we... Oh, okay, we're listening to Kiki West American TV. I think we're like started in the middle of the album though. I have not been keeping track of that. I don't think this is gonna work. But we can at least like... Let's look up like this. Bind texture, active texture. Oh wait. Active texture, bind texture. Let's say a linear depth. Bind texture, that. Yeah, so this seems to be some sort of like various depth effects, yeah, DOF blur and stuff. And that makes sense. Okay, so... Bind texture. No, so this is not doing anything now. So how the hell do we set up a render target? Or how are these render targets set up? Where is this built? I'm just not smart enough to follow through the code, I guess. I guess I'll just fiddle with it and see if I can do this. Fly on stage. Wait, what the hell am I doing? Cancel. Oh wait, I see. Cancel. That was the thing that I did, like 10 million years ago. Man. Let's get that going. So do we ever do like... So when do we like change the buffer's FBO? So GLGen buffers. Okay. Render buffer storage. Okay, so this is good. This seems to be where we are. So do we ever have like buffers? Dev? Oh wait, no. But no. Because it's a depth 24 stencil 8. How do we get the fucking stencil from a depth buffer? So read stencil buffer in shader. How do we... Okay. I have no experience with using a stencil. That's... Another option would be to create a view of the texture using texture view. Okay, so there's only extensions that we can use, I'm guessing. Uh-oh. So I don't think... I don't think that's what I want. Alright. Let's look these up. ARB texture view. Chronos approved extension specifically... let's look at, like, stencil. No. With this extension, multiple textures can share a data store and have different state describing the portions of the data store to use. Okay. So it seems that my second mention approach is best if I don't want to use the extension, since I only need to test if a single test is a good way. But maybe there are faster ways like raw copying between a depth stencil 24 plus 8-bit to an ARGB texture. 32-bit buffer. Okay, I try to support back to 3.3. So, additional stencil copy texture in which I draw a light screen-aligned quad with stencil test enabled. This is only possible since I'm only interested in a Boolean expression. Pure unextended GL can be a target. Alright. Delete this. What I'm gonna do is basically just make another texture. Just make another stencil texture, or stencil material, that doesn't have the depth test as like my fallback, or like my debug, to see what is actually being rendered to the stencil Okay. So what are my other objectives? Because I gotta not do too much with this. Or no more than I'm like really intending to do. What am I trying to say? I don't want to waste more time on this than it's worth, I should say. So I don't know how I'm, like, fiddled with so many different things. Oh, because I added the shader parameters. And now those are going to be completely broken. Like, those are going to, like, cause a crash if I ever test them. Trying to think, because my other objectives are, I guess, going to be thinking more about the world in the game and thinking more about quests. Or I guess writing more scenarios for the medium as well, and dreams and stuff like that. I could even do, like, another ad break, but, well, you know what, fuck it. I've been paranoid about the pre-roll ads, so yeah, I'll just do an ad roll. But just 1 minute. Okay, see you then. Alrighty, we are back live. Live on the scene of this compilation. In fact, it went from 80 to 82%. Alright, you know what, while that's cooking, I want to go to that other thing that I didn't get done. With that VM. Let's keep this on the side so that way I know that it's actually compiling. There. Because the issue with this thing right now is that... What was the issue with this thing again? Hang on. Let's get another thing in here. CD D 14 20 Night Streets. Oh. PM Street. Because I basically was fiddling with this thing and then didn't fix it, or didn't like implement it. So while this is running on the side, we can run this here, and it'll take 20 minutes to build. So assembler parse instruction has no return statement. All right. Right, because I didn't add. Well, let's just remove that for now. Yeah. Because I basically was starting to, for this VM, eventually it needs the ability to compile like individual instructions and individual lines of code. And for now it's all done as like it compiles on a function by function basis instead. But now I can do like load. So let's get this bigger, so I can show you all the wonderful things. Because admittedly, it works in a sense, in a very limited sense. So we can do data/hello.vasm, and then I can, like, for example, show main, and that shows you main, which is, it's a void to void. It gets 21, it prints it. It loads this string, prints that, loads 19, prints it. So it's basically doing 21 plus 19 is... That should be in here somewhere. Wait, is that the thing that's missing? Oh, okay, I see. Hang on. So call extern iprint. Let's do, so we get 21. Get that, 19. Okay. Load pointer is call extern print. And then, okay. Because, yeah, 21 plus 19 is, because that's just strings down here. New line, that. And we can also load that again. And that should do a show main. Okay. So now that does that, and we can run main. So it almost works, as you can see. For some reason, the strings aren't quite right. So 21 plus blah is 40, but there's some junk in there. I don't know, and it seems like the junk is strictly after the strings. Ooh, and now we're in the Neon White soundtrack, but okay, and that's done compiling. So yeah, my next step on that adventure is probably a debugger, and like more viewing information, because I have the little disassembler. But okay. I put none depth tested. But alright. There we are. Okay. Let's go to Spooky. And we're gonna get one of these other things. So, like, duplicate the floor here. And we'll do material, make unique, shader, make unique. This will be 1 and 1. And so it should not... Okay, and this one will be depth test disabled. And I'm going to make this much bigger. so this is now gonna be our like full and proper like test of the stencils. And now I just need to figure out if I can still even see the other, like the cubes. Like, where are the cubes? Like, they should be at least like in here somewhere. Or like visible at some points in some angles. Unless having this has somehow altered the cosmos to the point where it doesn't work. Like, if I move this down to the bottom, does that change anything? No. And that makes sense. It's still... Let's hide this and see if that changes anything. Okay, yeah. I just wasn't far enough away. Somehow. And also they only show up when it's like... Okay. They only show up when this thing isn't visible at certain angles. Unless the camera's moving, then it'll sometimes show up more. That seems like reasonable things for a fucking renderer to do. Like, how is it this complicated to make polygons on the screen? Like, I get I'm doing some sophisticated things where, like, I put the polygons on the screen in a certain order, and that order is predetermined. You know, I get that might be, you know, some advanced computer science of making an integer that's larger than one integer come in front of it. But I don't understand how the GPU, how that's even the GPU's problem. I don't even, I guess it's just I don't understand how Godot's renderer is ordering things. But it's like, if it was just a problem with the ordering, it would just order them in a different way. It would just order them wrong. How is it causing this many, how is it causing this problem? Like, because the sphere is a different size somehow? Because, like, we can see it knows where the bounds of the sphere are. It knows how to order or how to draw the stencil and then draw the items in the stencil. And somehow, some way, that isn't working. So if I turn this on, invisible. See, and it's only when it's changing. Okay, so what that tells me is that, it must be clearing the stencil, or like uninitialized. Okay. It's clearing the stencil buffer at the wrong time, is what I think is happening. And that would be because... Why? I think I understand, maybe. So let's go back up to, like, GL depth test. So if we disabled GL depth test, or let's do GL depth test, or no, GL depth buffer bits. So use depth prepass. Okay, this should not be here, I don't think. Well, no, should this be here? Hang on. No, this is good. And also, do we need to clear stencil explicitly, or can we just do the GL clear with the stencil buffer bit? Like, is this equivalent to... So, specifies the index used by GLClear to clear the stencil buffer. Oh, okay, that makes sense. And then when we run this... Okay. That makes sense, yeah. Because we set the clear depth and we set the clear stencil, and then we call clear. Okay, so I'm thinking, though, if not FB cleared, maybe I've put... Maybe that's being cleared in the wrong place, though. Because I'm thinking, like, does it do, like, does it clear it again when we don't render? Or once we've, like, rendered things that aren't depth, or don't have depth in it? So, I think here, maybe? This... Because, yeah, because it seems like, basically... Oh, well, now it's just fucking doing whatever. But okay, it does seem like it's something to do with when it clears the depth buffer. So this is... What function is this? Render shadow. Okay. Let's skip that one for now. Shadow Atlas set size. Prepare depth texture. And we don't need this anymore. SSAO enabled. I guess we don't need that. Well, okay, if these were put here by somebody else, they probably need something. So do we do something that we shouldn't here? Like when we clear... When do we clear, actually? Like, when are all the places that we clear? So if not FB cleared, clear depth buffer bit, stencil buffer bit. And that should be... Should this be here? Let's check. Okay, so we do depth prepass. So never do depth prepass if effects are disabled or if we render overdraws. Okay, so that's good. And then... I'm thinking the stencil here doesn't matter. Because I guess this just changes this... Because we should probably just have GL stencil tests disabled for all shadow materials. But I'll ignore that. No, GL clear. So 560, 42, 43, 48... 49. Okay, 191. Shadow Atlas set size. Clear depth. Okay, interesting. This is Reflection Atlas set size. This is Render Scene. Okay. So here we bind our frame buffer. And then we clear the stencil. And then here, do we have any place where we are, like, clearing, or, like... I think this is still the same buffer, which is fine. So is it that somehow the fact that these are being written to the depth buffer, and then they're Z fighting with themselves somehow? But that doesn't make any sense. Why would the stencil buffer, like, conflict with that? Because that seems like, yeah, that seems like it just wouldn't be true. I mean, I guess we can just try, like, disabling the depth right. So, like, depth raw never? Okay, so it's not them Z-fighting with themselves. Okay, so what is being bound here? So we're binding the frame buffer GL frame. So this is like the screen. The proper screen. No, wait, no. It's this FBO. And this FBO comes from who knows where. Oh, GLU and FBO. Okay, and that's probably from, like, this stuff. Okay, because that's declaring, like, where the FBO is. Yeah. So this should be all okay. See, it seems like, I mean, if it's when things change... But... See, like here, it's fine until we do this. And I think it's because, like, this it has to constantly redraw because it's detecting that my mouse is there, and then it's like, oh, that needs to be set. And now it's, like, flipped again. I guess. I think. Yeah, what does it mean? But okay, it is definitely something to do with somehow the depth buffer or the frame buffer aren't being cleared properly. Because, yeah, we can see... No, it's definitely the stencil buffer isn't getting cleared. Is there any instance where we aren't clearing the stencil buffer at the right place? Depth buffer bits. Or GL depth buffer bit. Okay. So maybe here should also do GL stencil. Because I guess, yeah, I'll just look up every single instance of this where we clear out the depth buffer bit. And if there's any instance where we don't clear out... I mean, it seems like we're doing it right. That anytime we clear the depth buffer, we clear the stencil buffer. So then how? So let's just look up like OpenGL stencil buffer not cleared or something. Like GL buffer stencil, or like stencil buffer not cleared. GL stencil mask is applied to the values written by GL clear and GL clear. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. The stencil mask is set... Okay. So we need GL stencil mask. Anytime we set the GL clear stencil. And actually, let's do that here. GL clear stencil 0, and then like GL clear no, GL stencil mask. Okay, cursed evil thing. But that doesn't fully explain what I was seeing. Like, why is it like Why is the depth not an issue then? Or why is it not an issue if I don't have the depth draw? Because I guess I can just say, this is at least an attempt. Okay. Maybe it's just it sets the depth. Maybe it's just it coincidentally sets it correctly depending on that order. But okay, and we do have pre-roll ads back. This is now the game that I'm playing with Twitch. It was very clever of them to like punish me for not running ads by running ads for every single new viewer. Oh well. Okay, there we are. Okay, starting that up. Okay, let's see. If we go to Spooky, will this fix it? It seems like it might have done the opposite and not fixed it. Like, I think it genuinely did the opposite. Oh wait, hang on. Let's test this one. Okay. So this one still works, but now I think we've made opposite progress. We've regressed further to where it just never works. Which is kind of confusing to me. Because what does this mean? So the masking operations are also applied when clear is called, only per fragment operations are applied. Our pixel ownership test, the scissor test, RSGB conversion, and dithering. The masking operations described are also applied. Okay. So the clear operation always uses the front stencil right mask when clearing the stencil buffer. Okay. Quite sophisticated. Okay, let's see if they figured out. Maybe there's an issue here. Okay, because they seem to be having something similar. The stencil test that always fails in the zero operation that erases the stencil buffer. This has fixed the issue for me. So what is this actually? Because this is... Okay. What is this actually? Lets you create WebGL context in Node.js without making a window. Okay. So I do enable stencil testing, but I cannot clear the stencil buffer with that. So maybe my comment is helpful for someone in the future that comes across an issue. Flag option stencil false. Oh, okay, so that's just CSS stuff. So this was caused by not resetting the stencil mask. Okay. So GL clear stencil mask. So it seems like this must be the case here. So does this stencil... Let's look up how Microsoft has deemed it and not have that. GL stencil mask controls the functions. The least significant n bits of mask, where n is the number of bits in the stencil buffer, specify a mask. Whenever a 1 appears in the mask, the corresponding bit of the stencil buffer is made writable. Okay. So stencil op. So maybe we go back up to clear stencil. Because I'm pretty sure I'm now well, I guess I'm not using it correctly, clearly. So GL clear stencil. So function does not return the value. Then let's see if this has anything to say about stencils. Okay. So logical operation stenciling. GL stencil clear value. GL clear stencil. So the GL clear function sets the bit plane area of the window to values previously selected. Okay, so this is the documentation we saw. Scissor box, GL clear function ignores the alpha function, blend function, logical operation, stenciling, texture mapping, and Z buffer. Okay. Let's look at this as well. Mask. Oh no. Okay. Oh wait. Stencil buffer bit. Okay. Clear. Clear? No. Am I setting the wrong variable? Because if we did GL stencil masks separate. Okay, that's only here, and that makes sense. Let's also see. Okay. GL funk. Are we setting this in the wrong place? Oh, we are. Because this needs to be set as part of the state. So we actually need set stencil. So I guess we need this here. So let's do like GL stencil mask. Okay, so we're just gonna copy this over to here as like GL front. Oh wait, no. No wait, hang on. State dot stencil. Let's just go back to set stencil for a second. Set stencil face. Because now the issue is I'm setting that properly, but because it renders early, it then, I think it doesn't set, like, the state. Yeah, p-state stencil.value, p-state stencil.read mask. So this stuff needs to be set, I think. Or, oh, this p-stencil.write mask needs to be set. Okay. So we are going to go to, Okay. We're gonna go to p-state stencil, or stencil test p-state stencil. We need to set the state. Set stencil. So shader language stencil test. So shader uses stencil p material shader stat back stencil. Okay, so that's fine. So how does this set our state here? State.current stencil enabled. Because basically what's happening is it's not enabled because the stencil mask is being set incorrectly. And it's being set incorrectly because the material no longer checks, or the material and the actual value are being out of sync. And I don't know, like P stencil and P state stencil, it's like, what the hell are these? Like, this is shader language P front, and this is P back. But then we have, okay, it's just state front stencil, state back stencil. I don't know why it did so weirdly. Front. Like, do we ever set these actually? Wait, I don't think we set these anywhere. Oh wait, no we do, okay, I see. But okay, let's also get p stencil dot. So let's do state.p stencil dot right mask. Or state.stencil, I guess. Okay. GL clear, or like stencil mask. Okay, let's have a function. Let's not have a function actually. State.front stencil.right mask equals, and this is going to be back stencil, because I don't want to have to do a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, let's make sure that this works. Okay, that should be like there. And this should basically hopefully fix that, where it was setting the mask wrong. Because now, once it's changed, it should like properly set that. So it's interesting, I guess this was always broken then. And somehow it works with some things, but not others, I guess? But that still doesn't make any sense. I guess it must be something to do with the order in which they're rendered still. But, I mean, now it shouldn't be like before it. I still don't get. I still don't get what it's doing. Because I guess it must be being set to some sort of uninitialized value. Somewhere, somehow. It's like, when could you even uninitialize a stencil buffer? But okay, spooky test again. I have very... Oh. Okay, so we're back to square one. But we are back to it. At the very least. So now we're at the exact same problem we had before, where I just don't know. I mean, because at the very least this works, but it's also like, how is it that having this rendered means that this is completely invisible otherwise? Like, is this thing setting the stencils? I guess if this is being rendered first and it's setting the stencil parameters incorrectly, and then these are getting rendered, and they for some reason aren't setting the stencil things, or like the depth is being set. So do we disable GL stencil test? Okay. So else if state.current stencil.enabled. Wait. Oh, okay, I see. If P enabled, then do that, else that. Okay, so do we... This seems wrong. I guess that's right, though. Is something not setting the stencil where it should set the stencil, then? Like, where do we set stencil? So we set the stencil there and we set the stencil here. And that seems correct. Because we're just setting up the material here. Does this do something wrong? So when we bind vertex array 0, what is this doing exactly? Like, where is this being set? This is, okay, so this is like the last part of this render test. Yeah, because it's unbinding everything. What does this do actually? What is a default? Okay, read mask, write mask. That makes sense. I guess actually, GL. So if when we clear stencil, what if we just set this as well every time we clear the stencil? Oh wait, hang on. Is this improper? Maybe this is where it was supposed to be. But yeah, we're gonna just wipe out that. Okay. Admittedly, this has not been a very productive stream. But oh well. I'm not made of life. Okay. How's that going? It's going. Okay. Let's see if this is gonna work. Because I'm also multitasking by looking at my work themes right now. Okay. What am I even looking for? Spooky. And if I hide this, it's gonna do the same thing. Yep. But somehow, this don't work. This do work. Somehow, some way. But when we have the floor enabled, because I think, okay, so with depth test disabled, I think that renders first, which means that it's being set, which means that something must be clearing it, and then it's not being set properly again, because it's being marked as not clear. Okay, I think that must be it. So is there anything that could be setting the stencils differently? I mean, there is the GL disable, but that doesn't seem like it would cause, like, the pixelation and stuff. It seems to be something to do with, like, the render mask, maybe? But no, then why would it be? I guess if this is fiddling with the state... So it's like, you know, for one frame, it was not clearing, like, this little band. Okay, and I think I understand now. The reason it only renders sometimes is because it needs certain objects on the screen. So, for example, these are not on the screen. Boom. Because it needs something here. So let's disable this one. Okay, so that isn't causing that, but let's disable this stencil maybe? Okay. Remove these, show this. Is that what it needed? Or is it this stencil here? Oh wait, no. Okay. So we're getting closer now. If this stencil is visible, and it's being rendered, and I guess if it's being rendered before it, so if we increase the priority of this, what does that do for us? Does it have to be rendered after it? I don't quite get it. Yeah, it seems like there's some sporadic random thing where basically if I remove the right mask and we don't have anything that has a right mask. So these don't have a right mask actually. Ah, but that could... Okay, hang on. What if we remove the read mask? No. What if we go back to 012? And we don't check the, because it might be also because there's multiple stenciled objects in the scene. No, okay. Yeah, because for some reason it's specifically when this was rendered and it had, was it read mask too? Oh wait, no, right mask. Huh. Yeah, so something about the right mask, I think. Because if I remove this, maybe if I remove this and just do pass increment for now. So that's fine. If I remove these. Okay. Because the right mask is being set to something incorrect, like every other frame. Because it's being set to an uninitialized value somewhere. That must be it. Mask not equal to p state.stencil.right mask. So if we did state.stencil, hang on, where is the right mask for the stencil test? So we do read test, write test. Test always. So that's good. So if we just at the start, so gl clear stencil, if we just set this, now we have this here, and we have that here, so now we're setting it basically everywhere. maybe we need to have it even when we do, so if we do here, okay, I think I know what it is, maybe, again. False, okay, geo clear, geo depth buffer bit. Okay, let's look for places where this isn't being set then. And we'll just hope for the best. And like geo clear stencil 0. So yeah, somehow something setting the right bit, or the right mask, seems to be what's fixing it. Because I guess it's getting out of sync somehow. Which doesn't make sense to me. Because, like, the only places where we actually set the stencil bit, like, we did geo clear stencil, like, we're always setting that to 0. Stencil mask. Are we setting this anywhere other than these two places? But okay, so right mask. So is there any place where we're assigning this where it wouldn't actually have existed before? So if we did pstate stencil.right mask, so tk.constant. So if we did state.front stencil, back stencil. If we did, is the state not initialized properly? Because I just realized this is gonna be too much stuff. Rasterizer, scene, GLES3, so if we did, like, states. Oh. Right here. Okay. So does this need to be initialized at any point? I guess it doesn't for the frame, I guess. But it does seem like it's not being or let's go back to set stencil. I think, do we need to clear this before? So if probe, we do that. If else, we do that. If not, FB cleared. Is FB being, like, is this set in the right place? Okay, I guess that's, okay. That makes sense. And then if geo depth flaw, maybe geo clear stencil needs to be here. Maybe this is uninitialized. So let's run this again for like 100th time. But I think this will probably have to be where I end this because I have some work to do. Okay. Now... This is still a very strange bug, but I guess it just is something like is setting that, but how would it not be set to just what it is being set to at the start of the function? Because yeah, I guess it really must be something where like I just don't understand it. Like, because I can see clearly basically what happened is like every other frame it was being set to like the correct stencil, and then it wrote to it, and then it didn't write, and then it didn't write, or did, or whatever. Well, no, but that wouldn't make any sense. Because the stencil should be fucking cleared every frame, and rendered to every frame. Is it just a factor? So hang on, if I start in this scene, maybe it's like just a byproduct of the editor? Because I know the editor does some stuff where it doesn't render every frame. Because it only renders when things actually change, so maybe it's like something isn't set where it should be set. Okay, and we're gonna be fallen. Okay, let's check for this. Okay. So we see the same problem though. Okay, yeah. So it's just, for starters, the stencil buffer isn't being cleared. How is that a thing? And then the other issue is it's like flipping back and forth between whether it's going to render it or not render it. But I also don't get how it would like because there's also moments where like it blinks like zigzagged across the whole thing, or like checkerboard across the whole thing, and it's like, what does it mean? How does that happen? I mean, this gives me a better idea of what the problem is. I just don't understand what the problem is. Or how this could be happening. Like, how does the depth test? How does enabling this for, like, things that have depth cause this? Like, does the stencil test against itself or something? Am I like, accidentally doing it wrong? But yeah, and there's also this weird square here. Actually, what even is this, like, quad that I'm looking at? Like, is this a thing that is in the game? Oh, yeah, it is. Right, yeah. I just have a big quad here. If I enable this one... Okay. So that changes this to just... oh. Interesting. Okay. So now it, half works? And also I'm somehow rendering on top of myself? What does it mean? Literally, what does this mean? Oh, I see. It's flickering on your screen, but it's not flickering on my screen. It's like overlaid on my screen. I think it's just my hertz are so fast. I just have much faster frame rate than you guys because I'm a gamer. It just looks like it's half opaque. Okay. Well, I can't figure that out. At least not today. Because I got other things that I gotta figure out. So let's just go back to the project. And why are all of these edit it. Oh well. Stencils. Give depth. Like 25% work. I need like my own like OpenGL test bed now, basically. Oh well, I'll leave that as a story for another day. Let's do CC that. Yeah, let's just say this exact same thing. Lion stage. Because it seems like none of this stuff that I've done has actually resolved the problem. But it has helped me, like, understand the problem, I think. But okay, git push needle point? I think this is where I am? Yeah. And I'm supposed to go to 5 project as well. Git push origin. Git push dry. Okay. That'll be it for today. That was all fun and games. But I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully I'll fix this in the meantime. But if not, see you then.